And anymore, I was the first and the last. Did anyone else from the church get sick? No, we really don't go there often. So, I have to ask his sister, because his sister, volunteers to, but, and, I don't see him. We're not really together. Well, at least out there, we don't do it. Oh, right. What, the church you really go to? I go to one church too. Just minute. Oh, and if I go to St. Or, okay. Yeah. Did you see that video? It's in, sorry, I was like, this is insane. I was watching it live. Oh, this is, yeah, the senator.
All right. Sorry.
Who's your big fan that you have a big fan in your house?
Feels like it's kicked in. Edgar turned it on. Getting there.
Oh, you even on, was it road, never know. Yeah. So it's. It was snappy though, like machine. That was my experience. Bring it. Yeah, I think it's, awful. It was. Very good.
Great. Good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of Oak Grove School District on June 12th, 2025 at 5 p.m. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve?
Second?
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the agenda has been approved as submitted. The board at this time will recess to close session to discuss consideration of pupil services matters pursuant to Education Code Sections 35146 and 48918, Student Discipline Case Number 24-25-01S. Public Employee Performance Evaluation Superintendent, consideration of Public Employee Discipline Release Dismissal, Government Code Section 54957. Confer with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Persons wishing to address the board on closed session items may use the raise your hand Zoom feature to speak. Please reference the agenda item in your public comment and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Is there anyone to speak to these closed session items? Great. We will now recess to closed session and we will return at approximately 6:30 p.m. I kind of.
Testing.
Go ahead and talk again.
Testing.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
It looks like you're, yeah. I think we're okay. I've got both screens open up.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
When you're ready.
It's okay. Yeah.
I know schedule says you can, if it's within the first like 10 seconds.
Yeah, no, it's already done. 5 people voted.
Please. Maybe there's something I.
No, it's okay. It's not that, it's not. It's not that bad. Not like that. Yeah.
Was it just
It's
like
not, nothing embarrassing, it's just, you know, the chain of information is out of whack. Well,
How's it going? How are you? Good, how are you? Thank you for being here. Oh, no, what happened? Oh, the wrist? Oh, your family. Thank you both. Yeah, I appreciate it. Give it. I'm good at it.
What we do, right?
Are you serious?
With noted, just do hands up. It was in the words, but you don't have to type it out.
All right, welcome to the regular board meeting of June 12th, 2025. There are many opportunities for the public to address the board, public hearing, public comment, or during a specific agenda item. If you wish to speak to the board, please complete the request to speak card at the front and provide it to the recording secretary. If you are joining the meeting on Zoom, please select the raise your hand feature in order to have your name called when the agenda item is reached. In-person speakers will be called to the podium first, followed by Zoom attendees. When it is your turn to speak, you will have 3 minutes. The Brown Act governs meetings of governmental bodies in California. Your comments to the board must be specific to the agenda item you are addressing. If there is no specific item, you are welcome to present comments during public comment. Please note that you are attending a public meeting of the Board of Trustees doing the public's business. This is not a public forum for public debate. Great. We will now do the land acknowledgement. Member Martinez, please read the land acknowledgement.
We acknowledge that Oak Grove School District and our schools occupy the unceded territory of the Milwaukee Ohlone Nation, the Sarve Nation and original people of the skies, land, and waters, where we work and learn. The Milwaukee Ohlone people are the stewards of these lands and of the teaching and learning that comes from in response to the needs of the land and the people who share it. May our daily lives and work, research, teaching, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Milwaukee Ohlone for their community and these lands.
Great. Thank you, Member Martinez. We will now do the Pledge of Allegiance. I would like to invite our student leader from Del Roble Elementary School to the front of the dais to introduce himself and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hello, my name is Theodore Marcus, and I'm a sixth grader at Del Roble Elementary. I'm honored to be here today to leave everyone in the Pledge of Allegiance of America in English and in Spanish. Everyone please stand. Ready? Salute. I pledge to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and justice for all. Spanish. Prometo lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y la república que representa una nación ante Dios indivisible, libertad y justicia para todos. Thank you. Gracias.
Gracias. Board, let's take a picture, please, with Theodore.
To-do list.
Thank you.
Okay, this now takes us to item 3.4, the superintendent's report. Superintendent Chidas, please provide your report.
Thank you, President Yu. Many celebrations this past Tuesday. That was 2 days ago. Actually, we started on Monday with Christopher. So I want to congratulate the class of 2025 on their promotion to high school. Congratulations to the parents, teachers, staff, administrators on building our future leaders. Thank you, trustees, executive team, educational services leaders for attending the promotion ceremonies at Christopher, Indigo, Bernal, Davis, and Herman Adventure. It was a joyful and memorable celebration, many smiles, a lot of balloons, and it was just a great day. And students, remember that you will always be part of the Oak Grove family, and you're always welcome. I also want to thank the students that I got to meet with. I call them my students. They're the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. And Theodore, who was just here, was one of the students that represented the Roble. I want to thank the 18 incredible 6th and 8th grade student leaders who took time to meet with me each month as they represented their school. They presented suggestions, feedback, ideas on how to make their school better. We spoke about lunch, food, technology, artificial intelligence, sports. We took a tour of Davis. We met at Davis in their wellness center. It was an exciting time, and I look forward to next year meeting with a new group of students here in the boardroom or wherever tour we go to next. I also want to thank our parents, our community groups. One thing about the culture and the history of Oak Grove is the engagement of our community, and we do it with intentionality. We don't hope that parents show up. We actually go out and we intentionally engage parents, and through that, all of our school sites, including the district, has a same core group of committees. For example, we have the District Advisory Committee for one representative of each school. We have the Home and School Club presidents. We have our Hispanic Advisory Board for Board and Learning and Assessment, ABLA. We have our District English Learner Advisory Committee, DLAC, and Coffee Clutch, which majority of the parents, and this year, the Coffee Clutch, the majority of the parents voted to change the name that best represents them. So next year, Coffee Clutch will now be called The Village. That'll be starting next school year. So parents, community, I appreciate all of your valuable time, your dedication, more importantly, your feedback and ongoing support. And to all of our teachers, our staff, our association presidents, to administrators, thank you for your continued dedication and commitment to our students and families. Your efforts are truly appreciated as we build our future leaders together. Please enjoy your summer, and we look forward to seeing everyone back 100% attendance on the first day of school on Monday, August 11th, for another successful year. President Yu, this concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Chidas. We will now move on to the closed session report. The board met in closed session to discuss consideration of people services matters pursuant to Education Code Sections 35146 and 48918, student discipline case number 24-25-01S. The board took the following action. Based upon the current information, the Board of Trustees unanimously reinstates student 24/25-01S as of June 10th, 2025, and allows student 24/25-01S to attend a comprehensive school. Just a note that Trustee Joglekar was absent. Public Employee Performance Evaluation Superintendent, no action was taken. Consideration of Public Employee Discipline Release Dismissal, Government Code Section 54957, no action was taken. Confer with Labor Negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, and no action was taken. Okay, we will now move on to public hearing. So item 4.1. See, I will now open the public hearing on the proposed adoption of the Oak Grove School District Local Control Accountability Plan, or LCAP, for the fiscal year 2025-26. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this item? Right, seeing that there are no comments, I will now close the public hearing. Item 4.2, I will now open the public hearing on the adoption of the Oak Grove School District budget for fiscal year 2025-26 and projected ending fund balances identified in the budget. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, seeing that there are no comments, I will now close the public hearing. Great. 5.1 is public comment. So this is now an opportunity for individuals to address the board on any school-related issue, which is not a part of this evening's agenda. Pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323, members of the public shall not approach the dais at any time during a board meeting unless invited to do so by the board or district staff. If a member of the public wishes to provide written or visual information to the board during the meeting, they shall provide the information to an executive team member who will distribute the information to the board if appropriate. Are there any individuals who wish to speak to the board at this time? Right, seeing none, let's move on to 5.2, employee bargaining unit comment. Do we have any reports from bargaining unit representatives?
Right. Hello, Chuck Baylot, CSEA president. Usually my time up here is pretty short. I don't always really mean it for it to be short, but I get really nervous. I lose my place and I'm winging it. So I forget half of what I was going to say usually, or lose my place and have to ditch it. But this time I wrote it down, so it's probably going to be a little longer than usual. But so I just wanted to take a few minutes tonight to speak a little bit about contract negotiations with CSEA. We have a negotiations meeting scheduled for in about a week and a half from now. The reason it hasn't occurred sooner is because the district needed time to consult with the board. Before I say any more, I just want to be clear, I'm not here to be negative or place any blame. I generally appreciate the district's negotiation team and believe they are bargaining in good faith. What I'm sharing tonight are simply like observations and honest view of where my chapter stands and a few ideas that I believe are worth considering. I work in the business department, handle a little bit of accounting as well as some departmental budgets. I actually do that report that you guys approve in the consent agenda. So I'm just saying I'm not an expert in all this. I lost my place even when I'm reading it. I'm not an expert, but I am able to follow Mark's presentations and the district's presentations on the budget quite comfortably. That's why I tend to be a little bit more conservative in my expectations during negotiations. Still, at this time, I was, not for any good reason, but I was a bit surprised by the district's initial compensation proposal. I do understand where it might be coming from, but I'd hope the numbers would be a little stronger. And I don't think my CSA members had the impression beforehand that negotiations might be this tight, quite so tight. So I just wanted to put that out there. On the subject of salaries, I think it's important to acknowledge some challenges. Small to little increases in the salary schedule, I don't believe are necessarily sustainable in the long term. I don't have like full comparative data, so it's some of this is anecdotal, but I hear from members quite often about pay, and then I have to explain to them that I can only deal with pay during negotiations, and we have to bargain for the whole unit, not their individual positions. But sometimes I do, especially as of late, when they're really concerned and upset about it, I do go look and find postings for them for the similar job that they have, and I show them the higher paying ones. And I don't do it to try to push them out or sabotage the district. I've always tried to give my members as many choices and opportunities as they want, so I let them know where to look and what they might be able to find. Fortunately, or I don't know if it's fortunate, but it is a case that our district members usually don't seem to vote with their feet in that direction. A lot of them stay there. I find that there's a strong preference for most of our employees to stay here. They like it here, and they won't just see a higher paying posting and just leave. But, anecdotally, I'm just putting it out there that, there are sometimes higher paying jobs out there for the same thing that they do. But in general, I don't see our employees generally leaving. I think that there is one department that I felt like I've seen turnover in over the last few years. And a lot of it, I've seen, a lot of them have gone to a basic aid district. So I understand that the district will never have as much funds as basic aid districts. But I do want to point out that we do have basic aid districts in the area, and we do compete with them for our employees. So I just want to put that out there. And like I said, so far I haven't seen widespread turnover, but I'm not confident that that will last. We also have had some hard to fill vacancies. Also, what stood out to me during negotiations is the district pointed out that in some of our cases, a lot of our costs are due to contracting out certain positions and staff. But what stood out to me, and I was surprised, is when I learned that it actually is costing more to contract some of that out rather than having our own employees in-house. And when I hear, I might be wrong, but my impression always was that it actually would be cheaper to I don't want us to contract out work, but it actually generally would be cheaper to contract out because then you're not having to pay for benefits, contribute to retirement and other statutories. So I'm pointing that out plus the things before to just point out that when I put all those together, I do think that there might be an issue with where some of our salaries are, and that they might be lower, and that retention and getting new people and the right people in the future could be harder. And I don't know if where we're at is sustainable in the long term. Now on to budget concerns. The recent presentation for the district that we've shown on budget showed significant deficit spending. I tend to believe those numbers are accurate, and I share that same concern that you as a district have. However, I want to highlight something. Every year I've served as the president of this union, and this is like the 7th or 8th year now, and including this presentation, projections have shown Calero funds being exhausted in 3 years every time I've seen the presentation. That hasn't happened yet. Now, I understand why. It's been delayed by certain factors, but when this projection is made year after year and doesn't materialize, it can lose credibility if we repeatedly it can lose credibility with the audience. If we've repeatedly been given reprieves, people start to question, why haven't we used that time to reduce this deficit? Even so, I do recognize the seriousness of the numbers we're seeing. It makes me worry that meaningful raises or any raises in the future could be in jeopardy during future negotiations. That's why I believe we need to start to see a clear plan for addressing that deficit. I think it's unorthodox and unusual for a chapter president to bring up cuts, but if the numbers are as dire as these presentations have shown, I'm realistic and I know cuts will be coming. So my unit and me, I want to start seeing where those cuts are going to be. If the situation is true as dire as presented, I know cuts are coming. I won't agree with all the cuts that you present, and I know, there might be some arguments and pushback from my union. I know cuts are hurt and they aren't popular. And I'll push back when necessary, but I'd rather start having those discussions now. We need to see how the district plans to reprioritize spending and what their current priorities are, so we can work together toward long-term sustainability and annual improvements in our compensation. Right now, we haven't seen a plan to deal with this deficit, and if nothing changes next year, the size and impact of the necessary cuts will only continue to grow. We understand that earlier savings The earlier savings are implemented, the more effective they are due to cumulative effects. If on the other hand, the situation isn't dire as it seems, or you might know of things that could occur that don't make it as drastic as it seems it could be, to please let us know that too. Either way, I believe employees deserve to see the district's plan, and negotiations and arguments over what our compensation will be can't be the only thing the district is showing they're going to be tight about, if that makes any sense. On a positive note, we have reached some agreements on, and especially on one item in negotiations that our unit is very happy about. It shows the district is open to considering priorities that matter deeply to our members. So while we aren't as far apart, we're not as far apart as we might be if that were not the case. We're asking for a clear picture on how the district plans to prioritize resources in order to support both sound budgeting and fair compensation moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. I appreciate your lengthier report today. Let's move on to consent agenda. Superintendent Chidas, please present the consent agenda.
Thank you, President Yu. This time, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the consent agenda as presented.
May I have a motion and a second?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Do we have any public comments in person or online? Is there any board discussion? Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Member Yolaka,
Aye.
Member Martinez, Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Hebert,
Aye.
President Yu. Motion carries.
Great. Let's move on to our action items. Action item 7.1, resolution number 1509-06/25, a resolution in support of Senate Bill 743, the Education Equalization Endowment Act. Vice President Hebert, can you please present this item?
Yes. Good evening, board members and superintendent. Thank you for the opportunity to present Senate Bill 743, authored by Dave Cortese, one of our representatives in the state legislature. I'm here to express my strong support for SB 743, also known as the Education Equalization Act. As a representative of a non-basic aid district, we rely heavily on state funds to educate our students. We face a constant uphill battle to offer the same resources, enrichment programs, and class sizes as our wealthier districts just minutes away. Districts like Palo Alto Unified can spend $30,000 per student thanks to high property tax revenues, while our district spends almost half of that. This isn't just about dollars, it's about an opportunity. It's about whether a child can access a full arts curriculum, mental health support, or even modern science equipment. This bill creates an education equalization account through increases in the state's general fund, not Prop 98, to help close that spending gap between basic aid and non-basic aid districts. It's a smart and fair way to supplement state support without taking away from existing school funds. The research is clear. A $1,000 increase in per pupil funding can raise student achievement by an entire grade level. That's not theory, that's impact. Senate Bill 743 is a step forward in aligning our values with our budgets, giving students a real shot at success regardless of zip code. As a board, we've made equity a cornerstone in our mission. The legislation is one of the most meaningful ways that we can advocate for fairness in public education funding. We would be listed as a supporter, and I encourage us to affirm that support tonight. Let's be loud and clear in Sacramento that our kids deserve equitable funding, and 743 is how we can make that a reality.
Thank you, Vice President Hebert. I'll go ahead and motion. Can I get a second, please? Second. Right, do we have any public comments? Right, any board discussion?
I just had a quick question on this one. Is there guidelines in terms of who qualifies and who doesn't?
It's all of the non-basic aid districts. It would equal out the additional funding for basic aid districts
Okay, so
from the
there,
state of California.
so no clip levels or anything like that.
And so this hasn't been passed yet, it's still in the works.
It's moved past the Senate. It's going into the Assembly.
Lastly, I will use reading it through it before the meeting. Where would the money come from? Is there any talk about how that money's gonna be raised?
I would have to look back at the fact sheet, but he's pulling it from the general fund, I believe, and putting it into a separate account.
Do you know if the governor is for or against this?
I do not know
Okay.
with the current budget hijinks that are happening.
Any more board discussion? All right, let's do a roll call vote.
Member Yolakar,
Aye.
Member Martinez.
Aye.
Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Eber,
Aye.
President Yu. Motion carries.
Okay, let's move on to action item 7.2, resolution number 1511-06/25, goodness, a resolution number 1364-10/20. Associate Superintendent Bowles, can you please present this resolution?
Yes, thank you so much, President Yu, and thank you, trustees, for the opportunity to bring this to your consideration this evening. So this year, the School Calendar Advisory Committee, comprising of union leadership, principals, parents, and district office managers, developed a recommended calendar for the 26-27 school year. We'll be bringing that to you later this month. But as part of this process, the committee reviewed the approved calendar from the Eastside Union High School District to align key dates, especially non-school days, in support of families with students across multiple grade levels. So one significant topic of discussion was whether to continue observing Election Day as a district recognized holiday as established by resolution number 1364-10/20. While the original resolution aimed to promote civic participation and themes and that we as a district do support, changes in voting accessibility, particularly the widespread use of mail-in ballots, now used by approximately 88% of voters in California, have reduced the need for this designated day off. So this resolution was passed prior to COVID. Feedback from educational partners additionally strongly support removing Election Day as a district holiday, citing concerns that its designation as a holiday creates childcare challenges for families and disrupts services for students receiving special education services. Additional input was collected from principals, district administrators, and union leadership to inform the final recommendation. One parent at our district advisory committee shared feedback that really stood out to me. She said, in fact, this is doing the opposite of what it was intended, because now I have my kids with me during the day. So getting, if I want to vote in person, it's actually harder to get to the polls because then I also have to bring them with me and supervise them. And then they said Tuesdays, Election Day is always on Tuesday. And for our families in elementary school districts, those are adjusted days. So if they do need the time, they do have that extra hour as well. So those are just two key feedback points that I wanted to highlight from our educational partners. Also notably, Oak Grove School District is currently the only district in among the 32 in the county that still observes Election Day as a holiday. So the Calendar Advisory Committee unanimously recommends removing this designation beginning with the 26-27 school year. Again, not opposing the original intent of civic engagement and mindedness of the resolution, but just in feedback from our partners, the logistics and the difficulties around this day off as a student, non-student day and a non-district work day has been a challenge. So based on all that, it is recommended that the board adopt resolution 1511-06/25 to rescind resolution number 1364-10/20 titled A Resolution Recognizing the Midterm and General Elections as District Holidays, originally adopted on October 8, 2020, and thereby removes Election Day as a district recognized holiday.
Thank you, Associate Superintendent Bowles. Can I get a motion and a second?
Motion to approve?
Do we have any public comments? Any board discussion? All right, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Member Yolakar,
Aye.
Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Eber, President Yu. Motion carries.
Right, we will be bundling the next few school improvement action items for one motion, similar to what we have done in the past. So we will be bundling action item 7.3, approval of contract agreement with BuildCore Inc. for the Del Roble Kinder Yard project. Action item 7.4, award of the lease back contract for Bernal Intermediate and Herman Intermediate Track and Fields. Action item 7.5, contract award for Challenger roof replacement. Action item 7.6, delegation of authority to execute contracts during summer 2025. And action item 7.7, STEAM at Stipe Elementary School flooring replacement with RJ Inc. Associate Superintendent Evans, please present these items.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees. Let me start off with 7.3 at Del Roble, our agreement with BuildCore for the Kinder Yard project. This project will include the replacement of cracked and deteriorated blacktop paving, demolition and removal of the existing playground and play box, preparation of the new play box, and for the installation of the updated playground equipment. We'll have an application of new blacktop striping for play and activity areas, and some relocation of the dumpster enclosures and repurposing of the old chiller yard. So it'll be a kind of a revamp of the Kinder Yard area. There'll be some minor fencing and site improvements. We went out to bid on this. The district received only one bid, but it is within the cost estimate, and it includes a 10% owner's allowance. Currently, the project is in final stages with the Division of the State Architect. So upon approval, the district will ratify the contract with BuildCore and initiate work on that. Our estimated cost of the contract, $857,000 out of Measure P. Any questions related to the Del Roble playground? Okay. Item 7.4 is awarding the leaseback contract for the tracks at Bernal Intermediate and Herman Intermediate schools. This is the vendor who will be overseeing the leaseback. We had several bidders come in and make proposals, and Robert A. Bothman was the winner on both fronts at Bernal and at Herman. They were evaluated, and Bothman came out ahead as the lead for the leaseback. As a reminder, at this point, this company will then go out to bid for the specifics and details of the contracts and all the subcontractors. And we will work on that over the summer, and with the delegation of authority, if that's granted, use that to continue the project moving forward. So those tracks are also in the final reviews of the Division of State Architects. So once those are finally approved, we'll start those moving and get started hopefully before August is our goal, getting ahead of the cycle we had at the Davis track. So it's recommended that the Board of Trustees award approving the leaseback contracts for both Bernal and Herman to Robert A. Bothman. Any questions on the track?
So Mark, I had one question.
Yes.
On this one, so basically construction is going to start during the summer timeframe or
Yes.
early August, whatever you mentioned?
Right, we're hoping to get started in July, but we have to see where the things come out of DSA, but Bothman's ready to roll. So we're hoping to get started earlier. We didn't get started till late September in Davis. So we want to get started more in August. And if we can get a little earlier, that's the goal.
Okay. Because one of the teachers had mentioned some concerns in regards to having track availability for some events and things like that. So
Yeah, and as with Davis, we'll work with the PE department and the administration to kind of figure out how to do the workarounds. And one of the goals in getting started earlier is to get that done so track season can happen. But other activities that might happen in the fall will have to be repurposed to other parts of the field.
Okay.
So. Item 7.5 is the contract award for the Challenger roof replacement. Challenger School is a leased property at our old Dickinson Elementary. And part of our responsibility as the landlord for our leased properties is to take care of the envelope of the building, the foundation, the exterior walls, and the roofing systems. This roofing needs repairs. We've actually already ordered the roofing materials, and we went out to bid for the actual work, where they'll actually demolish and remove the existing roofing system and lift up the rooftop mechanical units for all the HVAC and reinstall those, do any work to the ducting that needs to be done, and then re-slope and re-roof with the new materials and make sure all the drainage works effectively. We are recommending approval of this contract. It'll be a $1.3 million cost, but that does include the owner's allowance, and that work will be get it started as soon as possible. to get them finished so that they can start their school year also at the end of the summer. Okay. Item 7.6 is a delegation of authority to execute contracts during the summer. This is a common June item. Oftentimes we have work that is getting done over the summer and we need to continue that. And since the board is dark until September, we ask for delegation of authority. We're authorized to do that and get your approval to move forward and go into contracts. And then at the time of September, we will bring the contracts back to you for formal ratification. The contracts we see in need of formal ratification will be the details of both the Bernal and the Herman track and field costs. The Del Roble Kindergarten Yard project, we may have some additional costs, but most of that will be covered in the expenses tonight that we approve. Hayes Elementary Playground and Paving Project is still being bid out, and the Stipe Elementary Modernization, we have our lease back, but we're waiting for the final evaluations from DSA to get the final numbers. And then there's some smaller projects like the shades at Stipe Elementary and Herman and the district office, some painting and other potential contracts that would be under $1 million. So there's a request to authorize authority to delegate the authority for the superintendent or designee to continue into those contracts so we don't have to wait until September board meetings to approve them. Any questions regarding that? Okay. And lastly, item 7.7, STEAM at Stipe Elementary School flooring replacement with RJ Incorporated. STEAM at Stipe is undergoing modernization. Sometimes we look for efficiencies to reduce the costs. So we've taken this section of the project on as a district expense and a district project. It's not part of the lease back work, but we're using a CMAS agreement with RJ Flooring, which we have used before, and we'll take care of all the installation of the carpet at the school. That cost should be about $223,000, $223,145 also out of Measure P.
So I apologize. Just going back to 7.5.
Yes.
On the abatement for the asbestos, is that work going to be done before school starts up again?
Yes, for the Challenger roof.
Yeah.
Yes, they'll do all the abatement. We always make sure the campuses are cleared, and even if there's summer activities going on, we make sure that they know that certain areas have to be cleared completely, if not completely shut down. So,
And then there's no impacts to inside the school.
yeah, no, and
We would have
like
to
when
take
we,
care of.
like when we did the abatement here, that all has to be thoroughly checked and approved before anybody can go back in.
Okay, thank you.
So there's usually a hazard specialist who goes in and does air quality tests, and they don't come back within the right frame of acceptability, then they go back and do it again.
Thank you.
Yes,
Mark, can you remind me how much money we got for Measure P?
Measure P was a total of authorization of $236 million. That'll be over several years that we'll get that. Our first issuance was 67 million and change, if I remember right.
Okay. The second question is there any more down the road, more tracks for other schools in the making or planning?
No, we're just doing them at the intermediate schools. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
All right, thank you, Associate Superintendent Evans. I'll go ahead and motion that we approve action items 7.3 through 7.7 as presented. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, do we have any public comments? Any further board discussion? All right, roll call vote.
Member Yolakar,
Aye.
Member Martinez, Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Eber, President Yu,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, that takes us to our information items. So 8.1, the Oak Grove School District Local Control Accountability Plan for fiscal year 2025 to 2026. Assistant Superintendent Enna, can you please present this item?
Great, thank you, and good evening, President Yu, members of the board, Superintendent Chides. Pleased to present to you the draft of our local control accountability plan. This is year 2 of a 3-year plan that describes the goals, actions, and services, as well as the expenditures to support positive student outcomes that address our state and local priorities. Oak Grove School District has carefully considered all requirements in drafting year 2 of the 3-year LCAP, including ed partner input, student performance data, Common Core content and frameworks, and research-based instructional strategies, as well as budget adjustments. The LCAP aligns seamlessly with the district budget projections and will guide us in providing the highest quality instruction for all students. And it is aligned with, I should say, the 3-year budget, projected budget for Oak Grove School District. So again, this is year 2. What we see is the goals are, because we're operating under a 3-year approved LCAP, year 2, the goals don't change and the metrics don't change, but we update our metrics and see how we're doing across the 3-year outcomes. So in our annual LCAP cycle, you remember from the educational partner survey results that were presented to you, we were at that stage, and now we're here in presenting the draft for public hearing as part of the annual cycle. Bring it down. Here we go. It's still. Hello? Is that better? It's still a little buzzy. This way? This thing? Hello? Can you still hear me? Okay, thank you. Where was I? All right. Okay, so what I'll do is I will be going through each of our goals and talking to you a little bit about the metrics that were analyzed and our actions and services that we're looking forward to bringing to students in the 25-26 school year. So for goal 1, this is our goal about all students being proficient or meeting or exceeding Common Core standards and 21st century skills. We reviewed these annual metrics, and you'll see some color coding here. So our top kind of peach or orangish metrics, those are our state metrics that reflect our state assessments, our CASP assessments, which is our Smarter Balanced Language Arts and Math, as well as the science assessment. And I highlighted those in orange because those are lagging data. So when we look at this past year of actions and services, the measurements of these state assessments don't look at the past year because we won't receive the data until after this year is over and after our LCAP is approved. So those are just wanting to point out that those are lagging data, and the data in the LCAP are from the previous year. And that's kind of the nature of those data points. The green, student access to instructional materials. This is based on our Williams visit. This Williams visit ensures that students have all of the instructional materials that they need. We get visited by the county in the beginning of the school year, and we had 100% satisfaction with our Williams visit. So it's highlighted in green because that is our 3-year goal, and our goal is met. The yellow, the access to a broad course of study, signifies that this is a increase. We had an increase in the metrics for this goal, in that our elementary student access to visual and performing arts went from 44% of students having access, of elementary school students having access in the baseline year, to this year 100%. So that is very exciting for that particular metric. Of course, we analyze all of those metrics and determine in our analysis actions and services moving forward. For the most part, the actions and services have no major changes, but wanted to point out that in action 1.2, we've added the reading difficulties risk screener that was approved by the board, and we will be implementing that in the coming school year. Okay, so for goal 2, goal 2 is about accelerating the academic and language achievement for traditionally underserved student groups. And our metrics that we're looking at here We also have some lagging data. That's our dashboard data. We'll get the updates on the current school year's data not until the fall. So we also look at some local data, which is our reclassification rate and our long-term English learner rate. And our goal for 3 years for long-term English learners has already been met. Of course, this changes every year, but we're really excited that we were able to reduce that rate to 11%. And for our actions and services, there are no major changes. They are mostly the same. A few kind of key details in some of the goals in terms of the amount of professional development around our SEAL model, but for the most part, all of our actions remain the same for goal 2. Okay. So for goal 3, this goal is around providing inclusive learning environments for students with disabilities. And the metrics that we look at here are also state data, which is lagging, but we also look at inclusion data of students with disabilities in special day classes, along with educational specialist programs. So we've analyzed that data, determined that there are no major changes in the actions. However, we have made some changes to specific professional development offerings. However, the actions themselves did not change. Okay, for goal 4, our goal 4 is about actively engaging families and community members in partnership. And the metrics here, we have they're all local metrics, but we have one that I wanted to point out that indicates some pretty significant progress, and that is we measure how we're welcoming, we provide welcoming school environments for all families. We do that through our Educational Partners LCAP survey and ask our partners if they feel that OGSD creates welcoming environments for all families. We asked them that. And so we went from 77% to 89%. So that was a pretty significant increase. We're going to continue our momentum around that and providing welcoming and affirming environments for our families. And the actions and services, we had one change is that we will now have an in-house district LCSW or licensed clinical social worker. We did have a hired LCSW this year that served primarily 2 sites as part of our significant disproportionality continuous improvement monitoring. It proved to be a really beneficial service. And here, that program has sunsetted, we decided to post and hire a district-wide LCSW so that we have the ability to hire social worker interns, and the interns can provide a greater capacity of wraparound services for students and families. So that was the major change in that goal. The rest of the actions remain the same. And then finally, goal 5 is about our classroom environments. We aim to provide classroom environments that are safe and engaging and support healthy well-being of students. So many metrics on this particular goal, and we have our dashboard data, chronic absenteeism and suspension rate. So the updates there, again, are lagging data. We had one of our data points is a requirement, and that is our safe facilities and good repair. That's measured by what's called a fit inspection. It's a facilities inspection that's part of the annual Williams visit in the beginning of the year from the County Office of Education. And 100% of our school sites that were visited were found in good repair. So we've met that goal for the 3 years. And again, that gets updated we do that every year. So of course, we want to meet that goal every year. We had some progress in a couple of areas. One is students with 2 or more documented behavior incidents. This was a new metric for this 3-year LCAP. And our student behavior incidents that had 2 or more fell under 10%. So that was great growth. And then 90% of our students overall felt safe at school. And that was an increase in that particular metric. So just wanted to point those out as we look at the data points, and all of our goals and our metrics kind of helps the team analyze where we're growing, where we're meeting goals or on our way to meet goals, and where we need to modify efforts. And then finally, our actions and services. The bulleted points here indicate that there are no major changes. However, our action 5.2, just to point out, it's not listed as the action title, but in the details, we are sunsetting a couple of programs. One is Care Solace and the other one is Nearpod. And these are online licenses and online supports that our data showed that we did not have high usage. And we really would like to put our efforts towards services and programs that people are using. So we've moved away from that, and that was action 5.2. Finally, the last slide gives our total expenditures table. That's part of the LCAP. So you can see, breaks it down a little bit between LCFF funds, other state funds, local and federal. The grand total is close to $122 million. And of that, about 11 million is non-personnel, and about 111 million is personnel costs. And of course, the LCAP in its entirety is attached to the board docs as part of this presentation, which I am sure you had an opportunity to see. So I'm happy to take any questions. But just so you know, today's public hearing will be followed up with an opportunity for the board to adopt our LCAP for 25-26 at the June 26th board meeting. And then the process after that is that it goes to the county office for approval, and they approve it, and we put it on our website. The county office works with myself and the team all along the way of writing the LCAP and reviewing, doing our goal analysis, and making sure that when we get to this point for you to adopt and approve, that it is an approvable LCAP. So we have lots of support from the county office. And so at this time, if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them now.
Anyone want to go first, or? Okay, so I am looking at the overall PDF file that kind of breaks down the metrics. And for metric 1.1, and going through from goal 1 and other goals also, what I saw was a heavy decrease in the assessments. So we originally, I'm assuming baseline was from last year, we were at 41% now, but then for students with disabilities, it went down by 4%. There was, what was the other one? The completion rate of introduction teachers went down by 21%. For goal 2, there were some significant decreases. Is there like a driving force behind why our math scores are going down, and some of the English scores are also down from a year over year.
Yeah, so my understanding is that, so you're looking at the specific measures for goal 1. You're looking at the state testing scores, and you also mentioned teachers participating in the induction program.
In the-
So go
So
ahead.
I'll outline. So for goal 2, there was a significant drop in English learner progress,
Okay.
down by 7.7%.
Mhm.
There was a significant drop in long-term English learner rate, by 19%. There was in goal 3, what I noticed was the math dashboard indicators for students.
Mhm.
These are the ones with disabilities. They went down. I don't know what's driving behind, disabled students' math scores going down. And then also going down to the 4th one, the concern that I had was, where'd it go? No, I'm sorry, not the 4th one. I think it was the 5th one where the students felt connected to the district between 3rd and 8th grade. Is that 5th or? I'm gonna find it. It went down significantly. Those are kind of the concerning points that I had, which I was trying to get a better understanding of. Yeah, 5.8. Sorry, 5.8.
Okay.
3rd and 8th grader students who feel connected to the school as of April 2024, we were at 83%. We're now down to 76% overall. A drop of about 7%. Just trying to get an understanding of what's driving some of these items trending
so I
towards the
hear-
negative.
I hear what you're saying. You're looking at all of our metrics, and you're saying, okay, and now on this actually hasn't been the case in the past where we've reported the change, right? So you can, it clearly highlights for you and for the public the change from baseline to year 1, the overall change, and you're looking at, okay, well, these decreases, and remember, not all decreases are negative. For example, the LTEL data that you pointed out, that decrease in LTEL rate is actually a good thing, right? So, okay.
No,
Yeah, so-
I agree with you. There are some
But I hear
that
you,
are
right?
really good numbers.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to understand is if we were at a certain threshold, have we done an assessment to figure out why did we drop? I mean, it seems if we've already reached a certain threshold, why are we trending negative now?
Yeah, why do scores drop, or why do yeah, that's a great, I mean, those are great questions, great things to point out. That's as part of our system, looking at and analyzing data on a regular basis, and data reflection is a really big part of the instructional program. So at the district level, at the site level, in the classroom level, where are students? And our goal is continuous improvement, always. So when we do have drops in numbers, we do have to look at multiple, multiple driving forces as to why that could be happening, and make some changes. The LCAP is it is a 3-year plan, and we want time for these actions that we have in place to work over 3 years. So that data is information, and why those things are happening. There's a lot of conversation. There's a lot of different data points to analyze why we get the results that we get. But we have systems in place Trustee Joglakar, we have systems in place that allow at multiple levels of the system, right? So at the classroom level, at the school site, leadership level, at our district level, or in LCs, professional learning communities, we engage in cycles of inquiry. We engage in not just high-level data points, but granular data points as well. I think that this is a conversation that we could have ongoing. And I'd be happy to bring back some additional data points for you that are a little bit more specific as to what are some specific areas of need in a broader context.
I think from a policy perspective, it would help if we can understand what went down, what was the driving force behind it, and getting in, suggestions from you to kind of understand what do we need to do to fix it going forward? Where do we need to step in? And, whether it's just changing policies, whether it's changing, providing additional resources, additional benefits, then maybe look at those things. So if you can provide that kind of assessment along with the data points that you're suggesting, it would help us understand this a little bit better, or it would help me understand it a little bit better.
Okay, thank you.
I also wanted to add, just for Trustee Joglakar, that in August, when I believe we'll have a special meeting in August to identify like what our priorities are as a board, and it is based on the LCAP, just doing like a really deep dive on the goals. And I think at that time, Assistant Superintendent Enna will be presenting, I think, more data. Is that correct? Around like ELA, math, like SEL, like all of that. So I think there will be just future opportunities for us to have those deeper discussions as well.
Thank you.
I had a question in regards to 2.8. And I believe that's in the attachment. It's under the services that we provide for, it was the Black student. I wanted to find out where exactly is this particular support done? Is it in a school? Is it in an after-school program? We're paying $188,000 per year for that. And how many Black students are we serving? It's part of our 2.8.
Yeah, so 2.8, the Black program that is not the total cost for that program. There's other items within this action. So the updating our libraries and books is also part of that. And providing intermediate schools with resources to support their ethnic studies program. The Black program, Building Leaders and Activists with Collective Knowledge, is for our 3 middle schools. And we bring in author Tyson Amir, who's a local educator, and he supports students in they meet monthly, and the students come together, 7th and 8th graders come together in learning about just in terms of Black history, Black excellence, supporting each other in their current academics, goal setting, and there's quite a positive response. There's been a documentary filmed about it. So there's a lot of positive outcomes from that particular program. And then again, like I said, we support in this goal, and with those expenditures, support other programs and services, particularly, guest speakers, books for libraries, connecting to STEAM, connecting to anything culturally relevant with a books and programs with culturally relevant lens, including ethnic studies materials.
Okay, yeah, and I did read about the Mr. well,
Tyson
from
Amir?
the leadership person that I went into his website. And so I did learn a little bit about it.
Okay.
How many, we're servicing all students for that? Is that something he comes into all the classrooms, or is it directly for Black students?
Our Black and African American
Okay,
students.
and how many students within the district are Black?
Let me get that number for you.
I believe it's 2% or less.
I
and-
can get you the number for the middle school students that he serves.
Yeah, and so again, what are we providing for our Latinos? And do we have that available? I do believe that at the last CSBA conference that we went to, there was a Dr. Victor Rios that also provides for our Latinos students, which we have over 50% in a lot of our classrooms. So I'd like for us to take a look at that. If we are going to service our full community and making sure that we are addressing all students equally, that would be something that I would like to see. Because again, I think we are looking at a diverse group of students that can benefit. And if we're only targeting that, and it's only for them, I hope that it would be for anyone that would come in. I believe anyone is invited to come to his sessions, but it's predominantly for Black.
Mhm.
Correct. Okay.
It is.
And again, I do understand, again, when I looked at the number, I thought it was just for that program. So I didn't realize it was also for the ethnic studies and for other things. So I would like that breakdown. I think that's important to know how much we are spending on that. And then if we can go to, as far as number 5.10, actually 4.1, I believe you just mentioned it in regards to the interns and the mental health. Do we have a location where we're going to have where, how, and how often the mental health will be distributed? Is that something that just will be detailed out later? Or is it across the board or at one hub school?
Let me just pull up that goal real quick. We will contract with, we usually contract with San Jose State for our social work interns. And we will provide with the capacity of the LCSW. Sometimes is around, it's usually around 10 social work interns, but we may be able to get more than that. And so then we distribute them among our sites based on need.
Okay, and then again, I'm assuming details will follow?
Sure.
Okay. And then as far as 5.10, 510, I noticed that our numbers really increased from 73% to 81% of students feeling safe in their schools. And so I felt that based on what I was reading, as far as some of the goals and how we were focusing on goals, if that number has increased of that safety feeling, we are kind of moving towards still making that safety issue, whereas I think effort can be placed in a different location for 25, 26. And I don't know if you see that or if that was something that was on, that you had noticed from, I believe it was 5.10, and I'm not sure which, because I think there was 3 different sections that had the numbers and then the details on the numbers. So I think there was 3 of them, but on one, I noticed that we had an increase in that. And I just felt that there was a lot of monies that were allocated for a little bit more of, as far as the welfare and mental health in regards to safety, rather than maybe kind of diverted into something else. So I just,
5.2, mental health support providers in 5.2. Okay, so you're more of a statement than a question. Or okay.
I'm sorry, if that's something that will change as we start, because this is a document that continues to evolve, correct? Okay.
It does.
So it's not
Yeah.
something that once we approve it, this is all we can do with it and we don't. Because again,
Yeah.
next month or next in a week and a half, we will have another meeting and we are going to approve.
Mhm.
And again, we want to approve something that we want to make sure that things that are evolving can be added to it. Can there be addendums? Can there be added?
Yeah, changes can evolve and changes can be made. Just want to point out that we do use our student connectedness and belonging survey 2 times a year to monitor students. And as you know, the results from the Ed Partner feedback survey showed that that was a priority for our community, mental health in schools, and students, social emotional safety and wellness was a priority. And so as we see that improving and that becoming, that we're meeting our goals around that, then we can pull back supports in mental health and put those efforts somewhere else. But we will continue to monitor that and get input from and data from the school sites. Yeah, thank you.
On 5.2, mental health and social emotional counseling services, prior I had asked about data on how many students they were seeing and tracking. I was told that they weren't tracking. But in this document, it says that they're going to see a minimum of 10 to 12 clients weekly, and advanced clinicians will see 15 to 25 clients weekly. How are we tracking that if we put it in our document and we're not? So I'm confused.
Okay. Let me find out a little bit more about that and get it back to you.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah, I would love moving forward that we actually see how many students that they're serving. I know that there isn't particular outcomes we can tie to those service hours, but to see how many students are served, how many are on a waiting list, because he had mentioned that there was a waiting list at that time, and that we're meeting our goals that we set out for this
Okay.
particular item. The other thing I wanted to know, how do we engage some of these high need group families? How do we engage our foster care families in particular and homeless families to address some of these deficiencies?
There are parent information nights that we hold across the learning communities. And then at the school sites, there are a variety of different, they have their parent groups that are at the school sites, specifically for our foster youth and students who are unhoused. We have community liaisons. And so the community liaisons are direct phone, they reach out by phone, they make home visits to support students. They make sure that, families who are receiving mileage reimbursement have a way to get their mileage reimbursement. So they are a direct connection to the school for the families who are most in need.
And then I see that we are going to be implementing for the ELA. We're going to put additional supports to ensure that we have expansion of the SEAL model. It says, how do we track the effectiveness of SEAL and PBIS outside of just our testing numbers, and that they're moving out of ELA?
So for SEAL, one of the outside of kind of the data that you're seeing in the metrics here, you mean? One of the ways that we measure or support SEAL is through our English learner teacher partners, and those are they coach teachers, and they go through coaching cycles with the teachers, and they visit classrooms. They're collecting anecdotal and looking at data with teachers or teaching teams, grade level teams, and engaging in cycles of inquiry that way. So that those data points are brought together by the team and the coordinator they're looking at month over month, the referral rates, the types of referrals, where the referrals are, where the incidents are occurring. They discuss implementation changes to PBIS, what the needs are, and make site-based decisions based on their own referral data. And they're also looking at specific students and students who have 2 or more behaviors.
Just for someone who hasn't done this, what is a restorative practice?
Yeah, great question. So restorative practices can be individualized or they can be in group settings, but it's questions that help the student see, they help the student see how they can make their actions right. And it's less of a, you broke a rule and here's a consequence, but helps students through conversation and question and answer see the impact of the decision that they made and come to their own conclusion about how they can write that and in the future make a positive impact instead of what occurred. So they also have an opportunity to sometimes if it's in a group setting to provide some restorative healing for the classroom community or if it's a small group that was impacted and everybody has a chance to have their voice be heard. The student who is directly involved has an opportunity to share their perspective, have their voice be heard, and overall it tends to be a more lasting impact on the student's behavior because they're taking ownership of it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't have additional questions or comments at this time, but I just wanted to thank Assistant Superintendent Enna for the presentation and for, answering the questions and taking your notes. Let's move on to action item 8.2, 2025-2026 budget adoption assumptions. Associate Superintendent Evans, please present this item.
I'm going to stand. It's a little easier for me to see the screen from here, and I can get some credit on my fitness monitor too. So, good evening. Thank you for letting me present to you the budget presentation and what our outlook will be for the year ahead and the resources we have for implementing the LCAP. I'd like to also thank for the Chuck for the foreshadowing. You brought up some of the points I'll be talking about this evening, so I appreciate that. So if I can go to the next slide, we'll start off with just kind of the standard routine we go through. We'll look at the state outlook for the budget adoption, and I'll give you some updates from the legislative branch since they posted their budget proposal, and then they will reconcile with the governor in the next couple of weeks. We'll talk about the budget building assumptions we use here. Some of those are the requirements we need to use as recommended by the county and elements of the state. We'll go into our kind of, as we're closing this year, our estimated actuals, and then we'll look at our multi-year outlook and the funding. So one more slide, and this is kind of just an overview of the state in general and the economy. There are 3 major sources of income for state revenues: corporate tax, sales and use tax, and personal income tax, or PIT. That is the largest one. Those 3 sources are projected to be lower by $4.8 billion over the 3-year budget window. When the state adopts the budget, they're looking actually at the upcoming year, 25-26, but they're also doing a look back to reconcile 24 and 25 and 23 and 24. So figuring out what all those collections are. There are some concerns about a growth recession, which means we'll just have below trend growth, maybe some job loss, and just kind of a flattening. We've had a lot of years of big growth after COVID, a lot of big funds, but there seems to be a plateauing. And the international impacts. The tariffs are part of the reason that the governor has decreased his revenue projections for the years ahead. The tariff forecasts at 27% are over 10% higher than they've been in the past, and because we are a port state, and a great deal of the imports that come from Asia come into California and go out to the rest of the country, that'll be a big impact on our budget at the state level. The next slide shows the personal income taxes. And The blue is where the governor was in January. The orange is the legislative analyst's office. It's just kind of a nonpartisan predictor of the state budget. And then the green is the May revise. The first two sets are 2023, 24, and 24, 25. And you can see actually the numbers came in higher than were anticipated in January. The revenues we collected in personal income taxes as they reconciled 23, 24, and 24, 25 came in higher than what the governor projected in January. All very good news. The problem is going forward to 25, 26, you see that there's a steep fall off in personal income taxes from what was expected in January to what's expected now. And a lot of that is that shifting economy and the unknowns on the international trade front. And the stock market has been very volatile, and a good deal of California revenues come from capital gains and sales of stocks. So that shift from January to current is the source of most of our budget problems at the state level. On the next slide, I wanted to talk about what's being called the $1.3 billion maneuver. This is a shift in the practice of how we recognize what the Prop 98 amount of funding should be. Over time, they do the projections on how much they expect to collect, and then they set that as the Prop 98 amount for the budget year. And then as they reconcile over the years, they'll adjust that up or down as needed, just like you saw the additional revenues from 23, 24, and 24, 25. This year, the governor is skeptical that those revenues will actually come in. So he's suggested not funding it at the standard amount that has traditionally been done, which is $118.9 billion, and instead kind of giving it a haircut down to 117.6. That's a $1.3 billion reduction in Prop 98 funding on the anticipation of just in case it doesn't come in. What was surprising when the legislative branch passed their budget, they actually went along with that, which is kind of a first. We've seen this suggestion in the past, but we haven't seen the legislature go along with it. So this is a big concern. And to put it in perspective, $1.3 billion for OGSD would translate into about $2 million. Whether that would be one time or ongoing is unknown at this point in time, but that's how much of a difference that would make to us at our level. We didn't know when I put this together, there was no idea whether that money would be allocated. At this point, that answer is no, since the legislature and the governor seem to be in agreement on that. But I'm sure there'll be pushback, both from CSBA and probably CTA and all, to fully fund at the $118.9 billion. Another area where things shifted was the one-time money that was proposed by the governor. This was originally $1.8 billion, and it dropped to $1.7 billion. So pretty steady from January to May, but then the legislature allocated only $500 million in this department. So, and again, to put it in perspective of OGSD, the $1.7 billion, we were anticipating about $2.3 to $2.5 million. At $500 million, it'll be about less than a third of that. So maybe $500,000 or $600,000 is where we'll probably end up. When we did our budget, we did not include this in our budget because it was too much of a wild card. So while it's not as much as we thought we could get, it's more than we've planned for. So when we update our budget at first interim, we'll see where this lands exactly, and we'll put that in the budget as additional revenues that'll be different from our budget proposal to you at this point. The one we did include in the budget is called the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. This has been around for a while, but they had to actually cut that allocation several years back, so they're repaying it. They cut about $1 billion, so they're repaying about a third of it. And because that was required for them to repay it, we did include it in our budget. It did go through from both the legislature and the governor, so we expect that to be kind of a non-issue, and we think we're on target for that. And that will amount to about $500,000. And then lastly, on the state level, this is just kind of our slide of all the different grade spans, because we get funded differently depending on the level of grades for each student. The COLA shifted. It was 2.43% in January. It's down to 2.3, not a huge change, but in the wrong direction. And then the one thing I also want to point out on this is the very bottom line, the concentration grant. we are not a concentration grant district. You have to have more than 55% unduplicated pupil count, free and reduced, homeless, EL students. We're about 50%. So we get the supplemental grant for those students, but we don't get an additional amount because we're not over 55%. The important thing on this slide here is actually the TK add-on. The governor proposed $5,500 for each TK ADA, average daily attendance. And that's to help fund the reduction of ratio from 12 to 1 to 10 to 1. We did not budget $5,500. We budgeted about half of that because we figured it's legislated and they were not changing the requirement. The legislative branch has approved the governor's full amount of $5,500. So while we budgeted some, we actually will probably reap a little bit more when we reconcile our budget after the state budget passes. So currently, this year, I think it's about 3,200 is the TK add-on. So it's a very significant growth. And we will have full TK, and I think we've added 5 sections this year. But both with adding 3 months and just some good growth in registration. So we expect to have an ADA, not an enrollment, an ADA of about 340 students in TK. So these are the things that were, well, when I put it together, that we're outlying. The $1.3 billion, that unknown, and that still is an unknown. I'm hoping it goes more in the favor of schools. The 1.7 billion coming through, but not as graciously as we had hoped, but it still will be a plus for us. And the 10 to 1 student ratio, that did go through, and we'll adjust our budget accordingly when we actually get the hard numbers after the budget is settled. By the time we bring this back to you on June 26th, it's doubtful they'll have all settled that. They'll do it all by June 30th. So we'll reconcile this after the state budget is passed. Now, when it comes down to our district, the budget building assumptions, you'll always see me go to the slide on enrollment. All right. And the trend line continues. You will see that our enrollment dropped significantly from 24 to 25, 26. It drops a little less in 26, 27, but then another substantial drop. So the ADA, because it's average, is going down, but not quite as steeply. We'll lose about 150 plus from 24, 25 to 25, 26. Not so many the next year, but then again, over 100 after that. So that will definitely impact the amount of funds we get to implement our LCAP with the LCFF. This is not unique to Oak Grove. This is a slide from the state level. You know, at a point where we had 6 million students was always the standard for California. That was kind of just the norm of our statewide attendance. You'll see the huge dip it happened in the pandemic and not the bounce back that we saw that we were hoping to get. And one of the ways we can improve our funding model is to improve that attendance rate. So that also has not dipped back. The next slide shows it by county, and right there, it's a little hard to read, but Santa Clara County is declining by about 12% over the next 10 years. So it's a significant issue for many districts, especially in this county. On the COLA front, COLA did drop down to 2.3. It'll peak back up a little bit over 3% in the next upcoming years, but not as high as it was showing a few months back. And then that kind of shows what our base grant will be in the years ahead based on those current assumptions. This is kind of average for all grade levels. Remember that we get different amounts per grade level. So our total LCFF this year will be just over $12,500 and going up by almost $1,000 over the term of our 3-year outlook. What will be declining over the next few years based on our predictions is our unduplicated pupil count, the free and reduced, the English learner, and the homeless. Right now, we're running just over 50%. We anticipate that to kind of slide down in the years ahead to just under 50%. So that will also reduce our supplemental funding a bit. And we don't anticipate one-time funds in the future. We don't budget for those. And actually, when it comes to federal programs, it's kind of a real wild card right now with the revamping of the Department of Education. Many things will remain flat, but there will also be reductions. We're looking at Title III, which is our English learner programs being cut, if not eliminated. Block grants proposed. So how it's going to look, we aren't sure. Right now, our budget just proposes flat funding for federal resources. All right, and then we'll get into our details for us kind of at the more granular level, kind of some of the things Chuck was talking about. Our revenue here, where we started, where we are ending the year for 24-25 and where we are going for 25-26. You'll see that our LCFF resources increased by a little over $1 million. Most of that is because we included some of that TK add-on, and that'll go up more with the additional TK add-on. The other things like transportation and other parts of LCFF helped. And then the COLA, our total COLA came in probably around $500,000. That's the amount of increase we got to our budget based on the COLA. Again, that's not a straight 2.3% on everything because it's shifted with our declining enrollment. So federal funding is showing as a reduction, but as we close the books and money rolls forward, that oftentimes will catch up. Other state is pretty much flat. There's a little bit of a growth, and that's the $500,000 I talked about for the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. And other local, those are resources we get from the redevelopment agency. Sometimes we get funding from Medi-Cal, our leases, our parcel tax. There are pass-through grants, like we manage grants for other districts and stuff. So that goes there, but it's kind of just goes through our system. But even donations to school districts or the science camp donations pass through here. So those are all things that make up the other local. So our total revenues last year, 144 million. This year, coming up, looking just about 141.5. Any questions on the revenues or? Okay. On the expenses front, you'll see a significant decline in expenses. And a lot of that is that burning off of one-time monies or some big ticket items that we purchased this year that won't be on the agenda for next year. Our certificated staff, the 1000s we call them, relatively flat. All right. That's a combination of reduction in staff because of declining enrollment, but also increases with step and column and moving people back from contracted services where they were this year because we couldn't hire and putting them back into teacher salaries. Classified staff growing a little bit, benefits relatively flat. The big change you'll see is in supplies, and the vast majority of that change is because we did the math adoption this year and are not doing an adoption next year. So that big decline, almost $3 million of that would have been the math adoption. Some of it also would have been supplies, materials that might have purchased with one-time monies. And then the services reductions. Again, we're looking to move a lot of services back up to teacher salaries or classified salaries, and that's several $1 million of that change and other contracts that will be ending because some of those were one-time dollars. Other outgo declining a little bit, but that oftentimes relates to our special ed contribution to pay for funds and for services that the County Office of Education provides. So you'll see based on those handful of major items, we have a drop of about $10 million of expenditures. However, that's still well beyond our revenues at this point in time.
Sorry, Mark. Going back to the revenue slide, can you explain again what other local is and why is there a 3 million difference between estimated actuals and the budget?
Yeah, our estimated actuals last year, we ended up having a large impact of Medi-Cal that we're not budgeting for next year. That's probably $500,000 of it. Pass-through grants, we aren't budgeting, and we do the pass-through grants for teacher training and all. That's about $1 million. So there's some things that they may show up and they'll end up being put back in if we get more and actually realize them. But at this point, we don't know that they'll arrive. All right. Now we'll kind of get into that multi-year and some of the challenges we're facing. And this is kind of some of the solid points that Chuck had brought up in his conversation, that we do need to address our deficit spending. and we do need to address the transfers in. My job is a bit of a conundrum because I need to tell you about all the dangers and I need to solve those dangers. So I'm always telling you this is a danger, but then I solve it, so I lose my credibility. But that's very true that we oftentimes have used the Calero card and it has gotten us through, but it's mostly acted as a placeholder to buy us time in our multi-year outlook. This year in our estimated actuals, you'll see a transfer in from the special reserve of about $3 million. This is not the Calero money. This is actually the allocated money from the sale of Minor. And that's the amount we paid for the textbook adoption and for some of the retirement incentive. So that transfer in is from Fund 40, but it's from Minor, not Calero. The bigger concern this year is the $18 million deficit. And that largely wipes out a lot of our unrestricted ending fund balance. And on the next slide, we'll kind of go into that. But you'll see there's a consistent $11 to $12 million deficit going forward between revenues and expenditures. So while we'll have a little bit in our general fund to carry that over next year and only have to transfer in 4.5 million, by the end of our 3-year trajectory, we do go through the Calero. So we will look for reductions, not just in 26, 27, and 27, 28, but as they come up during this year, can we find savings as we go along? Part of what's going to be required of us is to create a fiscal solvency plan. The county will require that. And actually, when I bring the budget back, and hopefully I'll have even more information from the state, I'll propose the amount of cuts we need to project for 26, 27, and then the amount of cuts we'll need to project for 27, 28 to get this back in line. All right. It'll be a high level statement of basically about the dollar amount, but in the months ahead, we'll have to work on the details and the specifics so that when we get to our first interim report, the county will want a more detailed plan. Okay. Any questions on that slide? Okay. The next slide kind of gets into that components of ending fund balance. And we had a very healthy beginning balance in 24-25, $45 million. It was about 2/3 restricted and 1/3 unrestricted. But because of the large amount of deficit spending this year, you'll see as we get to the bottom, there's only $3.5 million left of unrestricted. Okay. We always have to have 3% in reserve. That economic uncertainties, which is just a few lines up from the bottom, which runs about $4.5 to $5 million, that's what's required of us by the state. So we always have to have that much in unrestricted reserves. And you'll see that in the years ahead, that's all we have in unrestricted reserves. So hopefully we can find savings and all. We've done a good job of spending down restricted funds. You'll see that we're expected to be down from what was about 27 million plus in 24-25 in restricted to 21.7 by the end of this year. And you'll see those continue to spend down over the years ahead. And some of those are monies that, for example, Prop 28 that passed for arts and music, they funded that a year before it got implemented. So we have a reserve there, which is actually nice because if salaries rise faster than revenues, that gives us some cushion to pay for the services we want to continue providing. But the challenge will be maintaining our 3% reserve and getting our spending under control so that we can address things like salaries and needs for our staff, because those are important elements as well. So we will be positive. We will make it through the 3 years, but the county will be skeptical because of the large amounts of transfers in. So we'll be needing to address those. So looking forward, at the 26th, we'll approve the budget formally right after you approve the LCAP. With that, there will be a fiscal solvency plan included in the approval, again, at a high level. But as we move towards first interim, that'll have to get into more detail and more specifics. I'll also be watching in the week or two ahead what's happening at the state level, what's happening with $1.3 billion. What's happening with the one-time monies. Maybe we can get more than the 500 million that the legislature's implying. More than likely, by the time we find that out, it won't change the budget that we adopt, but it will as we go forward and we move into first interim. And then in September, we'll actually close the books and bring the unaudited actuals for approval at that point. And those, our estimated actuals will probably adjust a little bit as we have POs that don't get filled and revenues that might trickle in that are unplanned. But generally, we land within about 1 or 2% of what our expectations are. So, all right. Any questions on the budget or? Yes.
You said that the unduplicated pupil count is expected to decrease and that will affect our supplemental concentration funding. How do we come to that? I mean, we're not getting more housing. We're not doing anything meaningful to address our homeless students in San Jose. We're not addressing any foster care. There's still an increase in foster care children. We're still having low income families. So how did we get to that?
We have the demographics, our enrollment is just declining. I think it's hitting our lower income families harder as far as having to leave the area. Some of our lightest attendance at schools are over at Stipe and Edenvale and Christopher, where some of our higher levels of free and reduced lunches are. So it seems to be that the high cost of living is having a really big impact on those who are most challenged to cover that in Santa Clara County. So I think there's a movement out and a decline in free and reduced population because of that. We will also, in about a year, I think we have to go out. We'll do every 4 years, we can go out and do kind of a drive to get people to sign up for free and reduced, and then we get a locked in rate for the next 3 to 4 years. So we'll do that again too. That could turn out better like it did last time and make that number higher than we expected, because that actually is what got us above 50% to begin with. So, but generally, I think the cost of living is hitting people at the bottom end of the economic scale harder, and probably seeing more shifting of movement by those families.
I don't know how much of an uplift this would be in the budget presentation on the 26th, I think, that the next board meeting. Is there a way to outline what is mandatory and what is not mandatory based on previous board authorizations or state regulations, things to that nature? And what is that ancillary that could probably go without?
Okay. Mandatory as far as program or?
Within the budget itself,
So,
the line items.
okay, so which,
I don't know how high level you're going to be.
yeah.
If you're at the 90,000 feet level, or if you're going to be at like the 10,000 foot level,
Probably, are you talking about the fiscal solvency plans, or are you talking about just in general, what is in the budget that?
Yeah, so in the meeting that's coming up on the 26th, we're going to talk about, we're going to go through and we're going to approve the budget, right?
Correct.
So within that, is there a way to identify elements? So for line item by line item, like we must spend this. This is mandatory based on laws that we have to abide by, or previous board decisions. Here is the line item that we don't have to spend, but we've chosen to spend on it.
Well, and most of this is put together in conjunction with the LCAP. So that's the spending is in line with the goals that are set there. So by adopting the LCAP, we're adopting the budget based on these are our goals. Which ones are required or mandated, are kind of more self-determined. There are certain things, obviously, we have to educate. We have special ed requirements. We have specific things we have to do for our EL students, policy as well as practice. But I'm not sure I'm trying to think how I would break that out.
And again, I didn't know how big of a uplift it was going to be. I'd see if it's possible. If not, then
But
I understand.
But I think actually, as we move towards that fiscal solvency plan, getting into detail, that's really where that conversation comes in as far as, and what are those priorities and where are those efficiencies and where do we find, because the equation is two sides, right? There's revenues as well. So how do we find that side to enhance that, whether it's increasing attendance, whether it's increasing lease options
Yeah.
and things like that. So.
And I'm only looking at the expenditure line item.
Mhm.
You know, we got 10 million that
Yeah.
we're in a gap year over year.
Mhm.
And if that's the case, then we need to take a look at, do we really need to spend that this year?
And I think those are
Kind of a
some of the
deal.
conversations we'll need to have as we kind of get down into where are we going to find these reductions to balance to right our ship. So, but I'd be hesitant about unilaterally presenting those to you. I think that's something that would be a conversation with multiple stakeholders, because what I would say is, you know, this is mandated. I can get to that level, but then a lot of things are important. I think we have to decide as a group where those priorities are and where we choose to fund those. And I think some of them may not be just choosing priorities. It might be finding effectiveness and efficiency in how we deal with our business.
I have a couple of questions. So the first one is around the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. I just want to understand that a little bit better. So my 3 questions for you about that particular grant is, how much do we get? What does OGSD fund with this grant? And because it's like a repayment grant, right? Like when does this repayment stop?
Assuming the repayment is $1 billion, so they've got about a third of it down. So my anticipation is that they're going to try to do it over the next 3 years, you know, assuming funding's available. We will receive about $500,000, and we've been using it to provide some of the therapeutic additional support for some of our special needs students. And we anticipate that $500,000 can keep that program alive for a couple more years.
So if that grant stops, then we would.
Then we'll have to exactly figure out how do we provide those services, or, you know, and what are the needs at that point in time. And we've had some real good impact, I think, with that program. So.
And then my next question, I'm just curious, in regards to TK enrollment, are we seeing like a significant increase in enrollment because of the expansion to 3.5-year-olds next year? Like, is that helping our district like slow the enrollment decline in any way?
It seems like we've had a healthier enrollment this year than in past, and it's hard to tell, is that a birth rate or is that just the 3 months, you know? And I almost want to go on and find out, when are most children born? What's the 3-month window? Because there are certain times of year where you have higher birth rates than others. So I'm hoping it's more of a higher birth rate. We're also getting kind of in that COVID baby, you know, coming of age and being able to go to TK and stuff like that. So there may be some of that. Our systemic problem is that generally the 8th grade class that is leaving is not as large as the kinder class that's coming in. So, and I'll say kinder because TK is still pretty optional. I know kinder is officially optional too, but it's a more traditional grade.
Any more questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
All right, you get to present the next item.
I won't stand for that one. Hayes Playground is also being modernized, and very similar to Del Roble, and it was a bigger job. We were trying to do the whole playground, blacktop and all. Unfortunately, when we went out to bid, we got no bidders. So, but what that allows us to do is kind of general it on our own. We'll go out and reach out to vendors to provide the labor without the formal bid process because we had no bidders. So we're working on that now. That's one of the things that will delegate authority to move forward, and we'll break it up so that, you know, if we can't do all of it, we'll do as much as possible. And our real priority is to get the playgrounds done. And if we have to come back and do the asphalt later, we'll do that later. But we want to make sure we get as much done as we possibly can. So this is an information item that we're going to move into direct contract negotiations to continue that project so that we can keep on track, if not for 100% of it, for as much as we possibly can.
Great. Do we have any public comment? Okay. Any questions or discussion from the board?
I know we went out once, we didn't get any bids. Is it possible to push it out again one more time? Yeah.
the timeline would mean then the project wouldn't get done until summer of 20. And
Okay.
so, yeah, and they actually have, particularly around where their playgrounds are, some very poor conditions in the asphalt. So we'd really like to get that one
Understood.
done.
Okay, thank you.
I'm actually going to pause board discussion because we have one public comment. Debbie? Would Debbie like to unmute and make a public comment? No? Oh, Debbie, we can't hear you if you are speaking. All right, let's continue board discussion then. Any other questions from board members?
I just had one. Is that something that we would be doing over the summer with that, the haze?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And just do it, just with somebody local?
Yeah.
Is that, and then,
Vendors that have done work for us before, I don't know why they didn't bid this time, but we're reaching out to them.
okay. And then these are the 4 targeted items for haze that are listed here?
Yeah. Moving the playground box, the old playground, putting in the new playground box and the install. We've actually already ordered the playground equipment. So
Okay.
another reason we don't want to store that for a year.
Yeah.
Anything else? All right, thank you, Associate Superintendent Evans. Oh, okay. All right, that takes us to closing items. So at this time, we may now hear from board members regarding correspondence from individuals and/or organizations regarding district programs or services. Board members may also report on meetings attended or other related district matters. At this time, board members may also report on committee assignments. Would anyone like to go first?
So I had an opportunity to attend actually the Herman I want to say graduation. I wished it was a graduation, but it was a promotion. I missed the graduation option. But it was a very fun event. I think along with myself, Miss Enna's hands are probably still hurting from some of the kids walking by, and but it was nice to see some of these kids actually. The amount of kids that got valedictorian or honors, I was astonished, and I'm delighted to hear that, you know, we're off, the students in our district are getting the grades and getting that recognition. And I know some of them really were happy when they stood up and it was announced that they were the valedictorians. So that was just one thing that I had an opportunity to do.
Thank you. Member Martinez, do you have anything?
I didn't attend much. I just got a new job getting the hand of that. So I wish I could have attended all those graduations. I saw the schedule, but couldn't make it. But I seen pictures, I seen you some videos. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Mark Evans for your presentation. It was well informed. I was nice to follow as well. And then thank you, Janae, for your presentation as well. Thank you.
So I was able to attend the DEI. May 15th was the last DEI committee meeting, was on Zoom. Most of the time was spent reviewing DEI in the media, and everyone was given like a link to read news sources. Topics included, but not limited to, freezing grants for DEI, indoctrinations, and program cuts. Thereafter, we broke out into rooms to discuss our head, our heart, and our conscience. In my room, and as an observer, it was only myself and a teacher, which we discussed general DEI and how that may affect special ed. Lastly, we regrouped and there were shared hopes and fears, and those slides should be up on the Oak Grove School District website, and I saw them already posted there, so those are updated. The Wellness Committee purpose of the committee is to document, report, establish goals, and implement action plans to support the mental and physical health of the overall wellness of our students, families, and staff, as well as raise awareness and provide information of the work that is being done at Oak Grove School District to support the health needs of the Oak Grove School District community. I was not able to attend the meeting, but received the slides from Shannon Bowie. The objective of the last meeting was to review and revise the statement framing the behavior matrix and the outlined tentative objectives for the committee for 25-26. There was a draft made for the revised statement and framing of the behavior matrix, along with goals and plans for 2025 and 26, which included plans for mental health, physical health and wellness. Resolution number 1379, which was enacted in 2021, was read over. I attended open house for Del Roble, Hayes, Oak Ridge, and Parkview. I'd like to thank Principal Dr. Rodriguez, Principal Cochran, Principal Sang, Principal Park, and all the people receiving me with the district staff and community liaison Jose Prado, and walking me through your wonderful classrooms and inviting me to meet families and teachers. I was amazed at how this has helped me understand our board meeting discussions, reading curriculum, teaching methods in classes a bit more as I saw it displayed in the classroom. I loved having the conversations with our SDC staff at Oak Ridge, and thank you, Renee, for the handbook. It was a great informational. It was also my pleasure to visit Parkview to see where my former high school student, now a San Jose State University graduate, served her hours in the classroom, plus meet Mrs. Burrow, who shared her valuable experience. Included protocols with strategic networking, case studies of Chicano movement, litigation and policy for Latino civil rights, immigration rights, and 4 pillars of community leadership. Lastly, I have spent some time at Steam at Stipe. It was my honor to share with the teachers and staff my culture for the Cinco de Mayo, and I really had a chance to connect with Mrs. Laforte, Mrs. Hernandez, and of course, Principal Tilston. Mrs. Laforte invited me to to see and experience the Leader in Me Apex Fun Run, which entailed daily leader curriculum and the excitement to raise money for the school. Students from Laforte's class saran wrapped Mr. Frosty to a tree and pied him in the face as they were leading. Then Mr. Enna came in and challenged the class. It was so much fun to watch and experience. I was at the race marking those diligent runners. Families came out and lots of community support. Even some high school students came in to volunteer. Great work, Steam at Stipe and Apex. And that concludes. Thank you.
I got to attend in person to one of our budget hearings hosted by Mark Evans, which was great, great opportunity for the community to stay engaged on our budget process. I attended our open house at Sakamoto and got to see a lot of the children's projects, which were really interesting, including social emotional learning projects. I attended the Santa Clara County CSBA meeting where we discussed the budget updates that Director Evans has updated us with the governor's hijinks and his holding back of our funds. And we got to attend the Bernal graduation where 54% of the Bernal students are on the honor roll, which is really proud, including my son. So,
Congratulations. All right, so this past month has definitely been a very packed month. I did intend to attend open houses, but I was actually only able to go to 2. So I attended the Ledesma open house, obviously because my daughter goes there. But I also attended the Adventure STEM open house, which was actually really interesting because they had like a movie screening theme. So instead of, projects, each of the students, they got into groups and they chose a topic that they wanted to, problem solve around, and they created a little video to watch. So it was really fun to see their videos, and then they did a little Q&A with the audience. So I appreciated like the audience participation. May 15th and May 30th, I had the opportunity to visit Oak Ridge and Anderson to tour their SDC class visits. And our soon-to-be director of SPED also attended with me. So thank you to those schools and the teachers and the principals there for welcoming me into their classrooms. I think a highlight for me was really just learning about all the mainstreaming that happens with our SPED students. So that's something that I definitely appreciated, right? That we don't just keep our SPED students just in their SPED classrooms, that we mainstream as much as we can. So I definitely enjoyed that. I do hear the pain points around placement, staffing, and training supports, and I'm glad to see or to learn that Shido has been doing listening sessions and engaging with our SPED community to see how we can problem solve and improve our SPED program for the future. I also attended Ledesma's Carnival and 25th anniversary with member Salazar Torres. That was really interesting because they had like a time capsule that they opened up. Yeah, so that was really fun to see. I attended the OGSD Cultural Arts Expo at Davis on May 22nd. I just want to give kudos to our VAPA team and our VAPA program. I think that what we've done with that funding is mind-blowing. I think it's such a creative and very efficient use, right? Like the VAPA program that we've developed. I appreciate that all of our 4th graders receive recorders, right? Like not only are they learning to play the recorder, but they also take the recorder home with them. And the 5th graders, do the ukulele lessons, and, they do theater and all these things. So that, I think, just definitely kudos to our VAPA staff. I attended the OGSD budget presentation on Google Meet, so thank you again to Mark for doing that for our community. I think transparency around our budget is important, and so just getting that out there. On June 4th, I completed my CSBA ethics training. So for the board members that don't know, under AB 2158, we're actually required to take ethics training every 2 years. So if you have not done that, please make sure you sign up for that. On June 6th, I attended a Zoom call with a trustee from Sunnyvale Elementary School District who had reached out and wanted to learn more about our restorative practices program. So I took that also as a learning opportunity for me to learn about what we do with restorative practices. So thank you to Shannon Bowie for being on that call and just, sharing what we've been doing with restorative practices. And I think that would be a great item that we bring forward in the fall as well for the rest of the board to learn about. And then all the graduations earlier this week. So I attended Christopher, Indigo, Herman, and Bernal. They were great. I especially enjoyed the Christopher and Indigo ones just because they were a little bit more intimate, more personalized. It was really took a lot to hold in those tears as I was watching the students. So thank you to the staff for putting on those celebrations. And then finally, school's out for OGSD. I hope everyone has a restful and relaxing summer. Everyone deserves it. Right, and that is that. So may I have a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All right, all in favor? None opposed. The regular board meeting on June 12th, 2025 is adjourned at 8:52 p.m. Thank you, everyone.